Oh, gosh.
I guess the real question is how much
4 minutes.
did we budget for this stuff?
Court will come to order. It is Monday, February the 24th, 2025. It's 9 o'clock in the morning and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please rise for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Holt.
Dear Lord, we want to thank you for this gathering today. We want to pray for your continued blessings and guidance, and that you protect all our first responders, citizens of Kerr County, and that you continue to guide us by your word as we walk your path and lead a life in your example. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Repeating the reminder, please turn your phone to off or to vibrate so that it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. First item of business is public input. We do this at every regular Commissioners Court meeting. This is an opportunity for us to receive input from the public and hear what you want us to hear and know. Unfortunately, it's not output. We don't get to respond to your comments, but this is your opportunity to tell us. So if we have anybody that wants to address the court during public input, yes, sir, you'll take the podium and the microphone. Identify who you are and what precinct you live in.
Muted this, so I
Yep.
apologize.
Good morning. My name is Steve Long, and I appreciate you taking this opportunity to hear what I have to say. I'd like to make a quick discussion about feral cats. And the consensus here is that I feel like this will actually be a waste of my time, since the issue will seem very minor, doesn't affect every resident, so most likely it will have no impact on the votes you guys need for re-election. Okay, feral cats are an issue that requires your attention, has become equal to or greater than feral hogs. Residents, they catch them, take them to the outskirts of the city, and release them. They show up at voters' residences, and animal control provides no support whatsoever. Now, let's talk about the municipal code. Okay, section 18-31 under nuisances. D, it's unlawful for a person to feed feral cats or to provide food for feral cats. Well, let's scroll down a little bit in the code under inhumane treatment. Okay, it's unlawful for a person to treat an animal inhumanely. And then it goes on to discuss the definition of inhumane: to unnecessarily permit or cause pain or suffering, and two, to unnecessarily deprive the animal of food. Now, right there's a contradiction, all right? Okay? Once again, under nuisances, right, it's unlawful to feed feral cats, and then under 71, right, it's unlawful to deprive an animal of food. Which way do we go here? And then again, what does unnecessarily deprive mean? It's in the code quite often. Well, is unnecessarily, is that the opposite of necessary? So necessary would mean something that is needed or required. So unnecessary would be something that is not needed or not required. So one could interpret this code to state, it is not needed or not required to keep from or take away food from an animal. Makes no sense. So where I'm going with this is we need support. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And based on the code, which way are you supposed to go? We can't kill them, right? It's inhumane. The majority of residents, I can only assume and hope that we get them spayed and neutered, and I would love to bring them right back to the property, you know, because they take care of rodents and everything else. No problems with cats, none at all. But when you get to 20 or 30 of them, and we can't get them spayed and neutered based on, you know, whatever, you know, there's no money, or I don't know the answer. That's why I wanted to bring it to your attention so it can be discussed to figure out some sort of solution to help us out, because it's beyond out of control now, and it's going to continue to get worse unless we make a stand and come up with some kind of solution to resolve the issue. Thank you.
Could you just tell us your address? We can't discuss it, but you didn't mention where you live.
Oh, and you need my exact address?
No.
Oh, I'm out in Mountain Home.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the court?
She does.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Please identify yourself and tell us where
Okay.
you live.
I'm Diana Alonso. I live at 479 on Road FM 479 in Mountain Home, 1031. And I've been into animals all my life, so I know what I'm talking about. I don't want you thinking I'm just a dummy off the street. I have acreage. I have people dropping cats and dogs off all the time. And our shelter says they will only take 1 cat a week. I have 50 cats now on my property, and I'm feeding them. And I put up a $2,000 kitty condo because I don't want anything to suffer. I don't care if it's 2-legged or 4-legged. Cruelty is not my thing. And so I provide shelter for them, food and water, and I got a bunch of them spayed and neutered. San Antonio Pets Alive helped me out with the spays and neuters. In California, where I used to live, we had vets volunteer every Tuesday and Thursday to do free spays and neuters. One day was for dogs, one was for cats. We can't get the vets here to even do anything under $150. And that's not fair to us people. It's like registering your car. It's like $800. We don't have that kind of money. And registering your car is breaking the bank for us. Neutering cats is killing us. And then the shelter tells me if I trap them, I'm allowed to bring 1 a week to the shelter and drop it off. I spent $12,000 last year on dog and cat food. That's a lot of money. And I worked my rear end off to have that money to be able to support them and take care of my 100-year-old mother and my 86-year-old dementia husband. And I can't keep this up. I'm now 80. So I need the county to come do their job. We pay their wages. They've got to help us out. That's only fair. Thank you.
Any other public input? There being none, we'll move on to commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
It's been a great couple of weeks. Last week I was out most of the week up in Bryan at the conference that we're required to attend. Did learn quite a bit while I was up there, different topics. I told Tanya I took a 1-hour class on auditing and I could do her job now. And she's not buying it, but but it was a great time, and I did learn and found it very interesting. Some of the things that I did not know about things like the auditor's office and constables and things. So I was able to gather some good information. Hopefully it helped me serve a little better. I did want to give a thanks to Wes Verdale and Pete Flores for filing their hot tax that they filed. I know there's pros and cons that people are looking at. For me personally, I wasn't here whenever the court voted on this. I do support it. The reason I do support it is because the work that this hot tax will accomplish would normally come out of your pockets. And that's what we're here to do, is to try to not affect your local taxes as much as possible. And I think this is a great avenue to do that, because we do have to have constant maintenance and upkeep on things like the Hill Country Event Center and our parks. And so for that reason, I do know that it also will have some people that think it affects them adversely because of people possibly attending and stuff. And I've been informed that there's some PR money that might be available, so I'll look into that and see if there's a way to help along those lines. Because we do want to make sure that we're trying to help folks in every way that we can. But the main goal for me when I was running even for election was to try to find a way to take care of our county facilities and create some type of a residual account for that. And for me, this does that without affecting you personally out of your tax pocket. So that's about what I got.
Okay. Not too much today, but I want to remind the public that the burn ban remains lifted for Precinct 2. But you know, it's really dry out there. We've had a little bit of moisture, but very little. And around here, it dries out so quick. So please call the burn ban hotline before you decide to burn, because things are changing rapidly and we may not have the ban lifted for much longer. So please check on that. Otherwise, I was just going to mention, you know, I attended the wildfire prevention meetings, one of them anyway, that the Forestry Service provided with Dub Thomas coordinating, and I thought it was extremely useful. And so last Thursday, James Ward with the Forestry Service came out to my place because I signed up, and he did an inspection, and I enjoyed it. He was very thorough. Now I'm waiting on the results, but he kind of gave me the idea that, well, I'm not probably as high risk as a lot of other people, so trying to go after the grant money may not be successful for me. But again, I highly recommend that you take advantage of this opportunity. It's free service, that they come out, look things over, give you their recommendations, and you might want to submit an application for grant money to help you remove some of your brush and tall grass or whatever might create a risk for your home. So I'll have some other updates on liaison assignments later, but that's all for now.
Great.
Okay, just a rundown of items from last 2 weeks just to catch everyone up. Had a great meeting with IT and Corey to go over the programmatics to see where we're at currently and in the future. Headwaters Board, we had a good meeting. I was able to, when requested, called up and gave some information about Headwaters to the board. Kerr County Water and Open Space Planning, we have a meeting going on with some of our locals, some of the UGRA, some Headwaters, and then hosted by the Hill Country Group. And really appreciate everything they're doing to open the dialogue for water and open space planning. Probably our two most important topics that we have in the Hill Country. I'm part of a Hill Country Leadership Initiative, just to let you know. I've been attending some regular meetings. It's great just to interact with folks that are outside of our county as we figure out what their issues are, and they are very familiar. And we also saw that this last week in training as well. Groundbreaking animal control facility, really well attended. Appreciate everyone that came out. Some great pictures that are already posted on there. And thank you all from this court and others from out there that were able to spend some time with us and look at the future of our facility, which is going to double capacity. As we heard, there's certainly a demand for help out there, and with a larger facility, I think we'll be able to meet that in the future. We do have a Hill Country Energy SRPC meeting coming up, but we also had one within the last 2 weeks. Thank you for those folks that were able to attend that in the open meeting, but more importantly, our president and vice president who had a really good agenda on there. We had a salute to vets on Veterans Day, probably one of the funner things that you get to do when you walk the halls and you hand out Valentine's Day from cards from kids. So all over the schools, the kids made these cards, and we probably handed out 150, 200 of these each individually to all the different vets that were in our local Veterans Hospital here in Kerrville. Wonderful thing that really is a fun part of the job I wanted to share with y'all. 3-day AgriLife. My top 3 favorite things that we got to do in Bryan was not to see the future of my daughter, which is going to school there next year, but it was IT procurement. Who would have thought the IT guy was the best speaker? And he was. So hats off to TAC. I think we got a TAC guy here. Robert Ruiz stole the show at TAC. He's a TAC member, and he came and briefed the AgriLife. Just incredibly briefing, great slides, everything. Number 2, believe it or not, is state parks. The state parks director that was there was very impressive. Great slides and just really crushed it. And then he had a long line of people meeting him afterwards. And then third was just discourse amongst city commissioners. We had a little meeting. We talked about topics. And guess what came up over and over? Energy storage systems. And it wasn't because we were bringing it up, it was because they were. And they're really feeling that, this is a statewide event that we have to handle. Just put it that way. Okay, the burn ban does remain lifted for Precinct 3. We're gonna have to evaluate that because we did have a fire just the other day where mutual aid support was called out, and I got a message on that. On Cypress Creek, they put it out. It still smelled a little bit like it while driving in this morning. In the future, we do have a 9-1 meeting we're going to attend with Mark Del Toro this coming weeks. We have an FFA wildlife event, which I'm going to attend. Thank you, sir. We have a TxDOT meeting to go over some important initiatives. And then we have a BEST symposium, which is being hosted by a higher level state event, which of course we got to try to dial into that one. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, good job. Well,
I'll touch on a few things that have already been brought up. I attended the conference in College Station in Bryan, along with these guys, and it's good to get that checked off early in the year and get all your hours taken care of. Also, Commissioner Pace has touched on the wildfire prevention and mitigation talk that was presented to us a couple weeks ago. And then talking to Dub this morning, we had, again, this last week, you had it again, or?
Yes, sir, we had 2 sessions on Wednesday.
The main thing I want to bring up along those lines is, in talking to Dub this morning, I had somebody call me wanting this type of information. They didn't know about the course, or the short course that we had on it. But Dub said that he will be, in the near future, getting that uploaded, the whole presentation, to our county webpage. And so it won't be today or tomorrow probably, but in the near future. And that's good information for HOAs and what have you. Maybe save you some money. Commissioner Pace has already jumped ahead, and really didn't fit you, but it'll fit other people.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I'm still gonna apply, by the way, just, I was told it was unlikely.
Yeah, well, and again, I'm batting clean up here, and as he mentioned, there's a wildlife a contest for FFA students at Shriner this week that I'll be putting on. As most of y'all know, I'm a worn out ag teacher, and I still keep my feet busy putting on wildlife contests around the state each year, and this will be the 4th one that I've done in about the last month. There'll be another one that Ingram FFA has this weekend that I'll help with as well, out at the Kerr Wildlife Management Area. Something coming up fun this weekend at the Event Center, Ducks Unlimited Banquet, and that's always well attended and a lot of fun. So hopefully, I know they still have some tickets available, so if you want something fun to do on Saturday night, come out. That's all I got, Judge.
Okay, I usually don't say much on commissioners' comments, but I do want to mention something today. It's countywide. There are rumors going around. I know there's some reporting on it. I want to talk about the airport and the airport board and the airport manager and their relationship to Kerr County. The Open Meetings Act doesn't allow me to talk to anybody up here except one person at a time, so I may be saying some things that y'all may be hearing for the first time. We're going through a little rough patch out at the airport. First of all, let me set the stage that the airport is owned 50-50 by the city and the county. And they affectionately refer to us as their parents. And the airport board is an independent advisory board, and you can't be elected to that board without being approved by the city and the county. So we're ultimately the final say, but we don't do the day-to-day. The airport manager, Mary Rohr, retired. And we posted the job for applications, and we had a hard time. It took us about 6 months to get somebody in, and you probably already heard that we lost him. He resigned, Andrew Munoz. And with that, I'm working pretty much weekly, if not daily sometimes, with the city on what we need to do to shore up things out there. And so I just want you to know it's on our radar screen. We are working on it. We have had one resignation from the board, so we're trying to get all that shored up. But if you have any questions about the airport, ask one of us and we'll get you the information. But it's in good shape. And for those of you that don't know, years ago when the airport board was founded, the city and the county contributed about $500,000 a year to operate it. And through a very proactive board and some retired corporate executives, we were able to take that airport, and it is now self-sufficient. The county has an unusual relationship with the airport that the city does not have. We are the fiscal agent for their 4 employees. And what that means is we pay their salary and we pay their benefits that are reimbursed back to us from the Self-Sufficient Airport Board. But Sometimes people think that they are our employees. They're really not. That's part of the, some of the issues we're working over with the city right now is how we ought to handle that. And one of the things that we're considering is, what is it gonna take for us to get an independent airport board? So, it is a living issue in our community right now. If you have any suggestions, reach out to us.
Yeah.
Okay, with that,
I'd just like to point out that the liaison to the airport is now Commissioner Holt. All these problems came up after he took over.
Oh, airfields are so easy.
well, and let me use that to point something out, because it gets frustrating sometimes. There's a 5-person airport board. The city has a liaison, the county has a liaison. They're not board members, they don't vote, and they're not permitted in executive session unless invited. So sometimes we don't know what our own kid's doing.
That's true.
But they're doing a good job. There's no complaints here. We just need to figure out how to get everything kind of settled down.
Stabilize.
Yeah. So let's move on to our consideration agenda. Item 1.1, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to appoint Linda Bullard as the landowner representative to serve a 1-year term on the board of the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission. Commissioner Paces.
Well, I'm gonna start off by making a motion to appoint Linda Bullard as the landowner representative to serve a 1-year term on the board of the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second to appoint Linda Bullard to the 391.
And just for a little bit of discussion and background, again, so the public is aware, according to our ILA and the bylaws, Kerr County and Kendall County swap off every other year with the approval of the landowner representative, who needs to be from either County or Kendall County. There are some qualifications, but Commissioner Holt and I have reviewed some candidates, and we have selected, our recommendation is Linda Bullard, who is here in the audience, and to be the landowner representative for a 1-year period. I didn't want to make it, overly public information, but you do have a bio on her in your handout package that Jody provided to you. And she is, of course, here if you have any questions, but she certainly satisfies all the qualifications that are in the ILA that we went through when Commissioner Holt and myself were appointed. If you want to go through that, we can, but otherwise, that's the recommendation. And this is again for the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, which is now operational, and we need to have our representative on the board.
Linda, you want to stand up so everybody can see who you are? All right. Good deal.
Any other discussion?
I just want to say, we did do some vetting and made sure everything was accurate, and it is, and very qualified candidate. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous, 5-0.
Great.
Moving on to item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take, what kind of?
Yeah.
Consider and discuss an update on matters placed on the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission.
And Commissioner Holt mentioned a few things, but I thought I'd take advantage of this, and I'm planning to do this as a standing agenda item. It doesn't have to be this early on in the future, but just to keep this court apprised, and again, because I can only talk with one other member, now, not only of this court, but of the commission, because it's a government entity, and we have the same rules in terms of the Open Meeting Act. And I'm frequently talking with our vice president on a lot of matters, so I can't even communicate with Commissioner Holt on certain things outside of those meetings. So this is an opportunity. I'm going to give you a little bit of an update, and if you have any questions, want to discuss anything, it's generally for information, but it is the opportunity for any member of the court to actually have some dialogue and Q&A if so required. So we did have our first meeting of the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, and that was on February 14th. We actually had it here in this courtroom. And we had the other two commissioners from Kendall County, in addition to Commissioner Holt and myself. We had Commissioner McCall and Commissioner Carpenter from Kendall County in attendance. We approved the bylaws that both of our commissioner courts have also approved, but we adopted them. We appointed officers. For president, yours truly was appointed. Vice president was Jennifer McCall, Kendall County Commissioner, and treasurer was Kendall County Commissioner Chad Carpenter. And we're still waiting to appoint a secretary. Okay, we considered and approved issuing letters notifying LCRA and Public Utilities Commission of Texas of our need to coordinate development plans related to BES. And we offered 3 different dates. Those letters were sent out after the meeting, and we're waiting on their responses. I think the dates were February 28th, March, is it 14th? Anyway, the 2 Fridays in March. And of course, they're free to come back with an alternative date, but the ask is that they come here and meet with our commission, and that's the legal requirement. All right, so our next meeting is this Friday at 2 p.m. This next meeting will be in Kendall County at their courthouse. It's at 2 p.m., and we'll have a notice out with the agenda tomorrow, no later than tomorrow, since we have the 72-hour. And the other thing of interest to the public in particular is you can now follow the activities of the 391 Sub-Regional Planning Commission. We have a website set up, and it is www.hcesrpc.com. So if you can remember the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, it's the acronym. And we also had the meeting was recorded using Microsoft Teams that Commissioner McCall managed to set up. It actually worked really well. So that's also posted on the website if you want to actually listen in to that meeting. That meeting was mostly administrative matters, so it may not be of great interest, but anyway, it is available, as will all of our meeting minutes, or not minutes, but the videos will be posted. And we also prepared draft minutes from that meeting. Those are posted, but they are only draft at this point, so in our meeting on Friday, we'll be hopefully approving the minutes. And there's still some administrative work. We need to actually sign the ILA. We sent it to them unsigned, so that's the next step, just to follow up and get all those documents. They're approved, but a signature is still required. So that's basically where we're at. I think we're going to be talking about, in their meeting on Friday, we're going to talk a little bit about the role of TCEQ. If this court recalls, we sent a resolution to TCEQ asking them not to approve any air permits. And of course, they responded back and told us that they didn't really have a role. And they gave us a bunch of other things we could do which were summarily unproductive. So I think there is still a role for TCEQ in terms of, looking at the environmental impact of these, particularly when there is a thermal runaway fire and when a bunch of water is poured on the site. That's the primary concern of all of our residents and those who have expressed concern so far. And there is unfortunately a history of a lot of fires. So I personally would love to see TCEQ actually do a study, because I don't really trust the studies that these developers are putting forward that seem to try to claim that there's no hazard or risk associated with the fires. I ain't buying it. So anyway, that's all I've got on it, but I'll take any questions if anybody has them. And so the public knows, if you want to make comments on the Sub-Regional Planning Commission, the 391, that's why it's an agenda item. You can, and we can have dialogue back and forth then. So again, not probably much to ask about this time, but in the future, watch for the agenda items, and if you want to ask questions, make comments, we can then give answers. Anything else?
Any other discussion?
Okay.
Just my role, I didn't completely skate out of all the assignments for that. I will be providing as much information and analysis as possible, so maybe we can classify it, not as intelligence, of course, because that information, because, you know, that's prohibitions against that, domestically. So yes, I'll continue to provide information in support to that, and that includes looking at TCEQ to figure out who the folks are and how we network with them within that organization. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, we have several timed items at this point. This is where we stop the agenda. We have to go directly to the timed items and complete those before we can go back to the rest of the agenda. First item is 1.7, which is a 9:30 item. It's a presentation on the Healthy County Program with Texas Association of Counties, Mark Zolich. And this is not your first time here.
No, sir. Yeah, I've been your wellness consultant for 11 years now. And I'll keep this relatively brief because I know you have a long agenda. Before I get started, though, I want to introduce my coworker, Michelle Gifford. She is a new wellness consultant who will be working in Northeast Texas, but she's shadowing me this week to kind of see some of the things that we do. So, and I believe I've met all of you, both at the VG Young Conference, and I met one of you downstairs a couple weeks ago when I was visiting. So I've met all of you, but I've been asked to come and just give a brief overview and some highlights of the Healthy County Program. So the Healthy County Program is a critical part of your county's overall health benefits. And as you all know, I work arm in arm with Ernesto Martinez, your benefits consultant. We frequently travel together. He had to be in a different county today, so he's not here, but we'll be joining up tomorrow for something else in Blanco County tomorrow. So I'm gonna start with a brief story, actually, but I'll keep it really brief. So I have a sheriff's deputy in Brown County who credits the program with saving his life. I was there and did a employee training. He attended. One of the things I did was encourage you to get your regular checkups, screenings, including colonoscopies for anybody 45 and over. And he went, it's free? I've never done that. Maybe I should. He went and got his colonoscopy. Turns out he had colon cancer. He had 0 symptoms, didn't know he had it, but it was stage 1, eminently treatable, and he credits the program with that. I have an auditor out in far west Texas who came to a training I did on nutrition, and I went back there about 6 months after the training, and she said, Mark, you didn't know, but I have diabetes, and I've lost 30 pounds, and I've gone from 3 medications to 1, and my A1C has gone from this to this, and I feel so much better. So that's half of why we do what we do. The other half is because wellness and health promotion is risk management for health, right? And as the county employer, as the decision makers for the county, you know that the line item for your health benefits is one of the biggest single line items out the door. And so we do everything we can to help control your overall health benefits and the cost thereof. Some things can't be controlled, but the science says, depending on the disease, 70 to 90% of all chronic diseases can be prevented or effectively managed using lifestyle in conjunction with medication. And so that is the other purpose of the program. And our health is not static, right? It's always changing. We're always getting healthier or less healthy. And we're all in a different place in that journey. You have some employees who are might be 21 years old, not sick at all, but maybe they want to, do a 5K walk and get a little bit fitter. You might have other employees who are, heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, multiple comorbid conditions, and we want to prevent them from having a catastrophic, life-changing event that is also going to cost 6 or 7 figures. Right? And so we have a wide range of about a dozen different programs that all fall under the umbrella of Healthy County to help meet your employees where they're at in their health journey. So whatever conditions or interests they have, physical health, mental health, depression, you name it, stress, we have a program for them to help them reach their goals and improve their health and quality of life. Because ultimately, yes, it's about costs, but it's also about doing the right thing and helping your employees. And one of the least talked about, but most important and biggest financial factors is actually not just medical claims, it's the whole concept of presenteeism, which is an employee who's, and most of us, myself included, have experienced it. So you'll probably be able to relate. You come to work, but you're distracted because you have a migraine, or you don't feel well, or your blood sugar is off, and so you can't really focus. So you're here physically, but you're not fully here mentally. You're not fully engaged in your job, right? And most of us have experienced that here and there. But we have some employees who were not really here a majority of the time, right? And nationally, the statistics say that costs tens of billions of dollars to the economy. And as a local county, that's a concern for you too. So it has an impact, a ripple effect all the way across everything, right? And workers' comp as well, right? You have your risk management insurance, and that includes workers' comp, and that's important. But how we take care of ourselves affect workers' comp claims as well. If you're fitter and healthier, you're much less likely to have an accident, an incident, a fall, et cetera. And we're working with your sheriff's department on a rower training program for physical fitness. It's called Readiness for Duty. So we're really trying to work with and engage your county and your employees across the board. And I also want to mention, in addition to the annual surplus distribution, which is because we are your association, and so if we collect more in premiums than we pay out in claims on your behalf, or the rainy day fund has a really good investment year, then we give that money back to you as the county. But we also have something called the Employer Rewards Program. And last year, we gave you a check for $4,050. This year, you have another check coming to you for a similar amount. And that is for a certain level of engagement in different things, in doing trainings, in having the wellness incentive program that you all provide, that consists of the days off, that Tracy helps coordinate and facilitate that program. And Tracy, by the way, I have to say, is one of our top coordinators in the state for the Healthy County program. She does a fabulous job, so she's representing y'all very well. And that money then gets used certainly for the lunches, for when we do lunch and learns, but it also pays for all the food at your Christmas party, I believe. So the Healthy County program, is an instrumental part of your health benefits for your county, for your employees. We want to continue to invite as many employees as possible to come to these events when we do them, the lunch and learns. And over the years, we've covered a broad range of topics, from mental health and stress to resilience to COVID to nutrition to diabetes to, I have 20-some different topics that we do trainings on. But I see my job as more than half inspiration and motivation, and only 40% information, because we got to understand and get a little fire in our belly, like why should we do this? Well, because it makes a difference. And as we get older, it makes a critically important difference in our quality of life. You may have heard of the term health span. There's lifespan, but there's also health span. That's your ability to do everyday things and things you want to do right up until you pass, as opposed to this gradual downhill slope of being less and less able to do things. And both our physical fitness level and our strength, we have to think of them kind of like our retirement account. We want to build up a nest egg, a reserve, so that we can draw from that as we age. And so recently I've been trying to emphasize that a lot in my counties as well, because we have a lot of older members, older officials, and what happens after you retire from the county is equally important as what happens while you're with the county. So I just wanted to highlight those things, and I'll leave it there. Thank you for your time. Do you all have any questions for me?
Who are you pointing at when you said older officials?
You got me.
Come on, Mark.
Yeah, I was pointing at him.
I'm the old guy
Yeah.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I think Ernesto and I, a couple of other people, will be back in June to give you some more information.
Good. The next timed item at 9:30 is 1.8, which is an informational presentation by Andrew Grove with SWBC regarding supplemental benefits offered by Kerr County employees. Ms. Zapata?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I invited Andrew Grove with SWBC. They handle all our supplemental, just to do a brief presentation on what they offer. If you have any questions for him, this is a good time. I'll leave it to him.
You could be my clicker. All right. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name's Andrew Grove, and I'm with SWBC in San Antonio. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of our Benefits Division, and I'm going to go through a high-level, very high-level description of some of the supplemental benefits that are offered to the employees. Next one. So first, I already did the introductions. I'll talk a little bit about SWBC, talk about what we do from a client support perspective, a very high-level benefits overview, and talk a little bit about the eligibility enrollment process, and then open it up for any questions if you have any towards the end. So a little bit about SWBC. We are headquartered in San Antonio. We've got roughly 3,000 employees, and as I said earlier, I head up the Employee Benefits Consulting Group, and what our role is that we come out and we help do all the things to help facilitate, provide all the benefits outside of your medical and dental programs. So these are all the supplemental voluntary programs. So a little bit about the client support team is what I talked about before. Is our job is we help administer it from end to end. So we provide systems, we provide claim support, billing audits, all the things that go along with insurance plans to help make these plans work, including the open enrollment piece. And as I said before, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of our Benefits Division. I've got Kathy Ferguson here with me. Raise your hand, Kathy. She's our Senior Account Manager that handles the day-to-day. So anything administrative, she handles day-to-day all the way through the year. We also, behind the scenes, we do have a Director of Wellness. So, that's an additional resource that you can get from us. And then our communications manager. So all the information that we provide, so when open enrollment comes around, we provide open enrollment guides that explain the benefits to the employees and a benefits system. So you'll see Benjamin Ramsbacher and Caleb Lugo, those are our behind the scenes folks. So we have an electronic platform that we use for enrollment that pulls in all the data when employees make their selections, and then we transfer it on to the carriers. So from a benefits perspective, there's a very wide variety of plans that are offered for the employees to choose from, and so they can select what fits them best. So first, we have a vision program through a company called Avisis, and then we have basic and voluntary life available through Mutual of Omaha, whole life insurance, and I'm going to high level hit through those, short and long-term disability, accident, critical illness, hospital indemnity programs, cancer, and then an emergency transport benefit that's also available to employees. So just a little bit about benefits and eligibility. So all active employees working at least 30 hours per week are eligible for certain benefits following their waiting period. New hires become eligible on the first of the month following 60 days of their full-time date of hire. Now, generally, at open enrollment is when employees make their selections, and that's their selection for the year. There are times throughout the year where there are things that are called qualifying events, where maybe you have a life change, maybe you have a baby, maybe you have a marriage, you have new dependents, that sort of thing. So you can make changes throughout the year if there are certain qualifying events that happen, but overall, the employees make their selections at open enrollment on an annual basis. Okay. Eligibility enrollment, I talked about this earlier. SWBC provides an electronic enrollment and administration platform called Employee Navigator. And so during open enrollment, employees elect their benefits through this online system, and then we pull that data in, and then Employee Navigator feeds all that election data to all those different companies. So you saw on the prior slide, we've got 4 or 5 different insurance companies that are offering various different products. So we gather that data and host it on our system, and then we transmit it to the insurance companies. And that happens at open enrollment, also happens throughout the year. So if there's changes, there's additions, terminations, the system keeps track of that throughout the year. And then lastly, once all that's uploaded into our system, then we also can provide that information that gets input into the payroll system. So it's a one spot to host all that data. And then so the first policy, and I'm not going to go through all the line item details about it, but the vision program, for example, is with Avisis. The employees have the option to select a base plan or a buy-up. Basically what the vision program does, it covers one eye exam on a 12-month basis. If you're on the base plan, it's a $10 copay. If you're on the buy-up, it's also a $10 copay. But as you go through the benefits, you'll see a little lesser benefit on that base plan. You have a copay for your lenses. You have an allowance for your frames of up to $150 a year. And then the buy-up option just gives, it's a little bit more expensive. You'll see the rates are up in the upper right corner, but it gives a little bit greater benefit if you do that buy-up option. But either one basically covers your eye exams, frames, contact lenses, and can also get you a discount on laser vision correction. The next high level, talking about life insurance. So there's two different types of life insurance offered to county employees. First and foremost, the life insurance through Mutual of Omaha is a term insurance type policy. So everybody gets $20,000 basic term life for the employees, but then you can also, in that next section, you'll see they can buy more life insurance, which is a really good deal for employees because it's a group policy, so you can actually get up to $150,000 at a guaranteed issue amount. So that means without answering any medical questions, you can get up to $150,000 of life insurance. You can get life insurance on your spouse. You can get life insurance also on your children. So they have an opportunity to enroll in this on an annual basis at open enrollment, but this just gives them the opportunity to buy some more protection for themselves and their family members. There's also whole life insurance. So a lot of times people will say, what's the difference between whole life and term life insurance? It's kind of like the difference of it is renting a house versus owning a house. So term life insurance, you can get more life insurance for your money. You're paying that monthly premium, but after you leave, it doesn't grow a cash value, any of that kind of thing like your house, builds equity. So the whole life insurance is a separate program that allows employees to buy permanent life insurance. So this type of life insurance will grow a cash value over time. The premium generally stays the same year over year, and it's something that they could take with them if they decide to leave. So basically, a couple different offerings with some really nice benefits around the life insurance. Next thing is the disability. So there's two different types of disability programs you can buy. You don't have to have both. You can either purchase voluntary short-term disability or long-term, just depending on what suits your needs. So on the short-term disability, it's got an elimination period of 30 days, so it covers illnesses or injuries, but after 30 days, after you're off work for 30 days, then it starts to pay a benefit. It can pay a maximum weekly benefit up to $1,000. There's a minimum of 25, so the employees, when they're offered it, they can go in and model how much they want to buy, how much protection, and depending on how much protection they want to buy, that either increases or decreases the premium. And then the voluntary long-term, it has a 90-day waiting period. It can pay, you can get a max benefit up to $5,000 or even down to $100. The benefit duration, the benefit duration on long-term disability, you can either purchase it to where it's a set amount, where they want it up to age 60 or up to 65, or up to Social Security retirement age. So two good disability options for the employees that they can take advantage of. They can do one or the other, they can do both, or neither one if they don't feel like it fits their needs. Last couple of things we'll talk about is accident coverage. So many times, yes, the employees are covered through a comprehensive major medical policy, but some employees like to buy additional protection for accidents, for cancer, things like that. So there's an accident policy. The difference is that on your major medical insurance, whenever you have a claim, the provider's paid. These types of policies pay back the employee. So if they have an accident, either on or off the job, they can buy a benefit of up to, it's $50,000 for the employee, $25,000 for a spouse, $10,000 for children, and basically it covers them for different types of accidents and gives them a different amount depending on what type of situation that they had. And the rates are up in the right-hand corner. Next slide is critical illness. Similar type situation. You can buy this specific policy that will cover you if you're diagnosed with certain critical illnesses. So things such as heart attack, organ transplant, cerebral palsy, genetic disorders, type 1 diabetes for children, heart valve surgery. So there's a benefit amount that the employee selects. They either select a $5,000, $10,000 or a $15,000 max benefit, and depending on what that condition is that they're diagnosed with, they would be reimbursed at the levels as you see laid out here. But once again, these are additive to the medical insurance, but even if somebody that doesn't have the medical insurance, they can have this separately, and so they can have some coverage for these critical illnesses. And then the last thing is hospital indemnity plan. Very simple program. Basically pays you a cash benefit if you're the insured, if you're admitted to the hospital. So if you'll, as you see, there's a base plan and a buy-up plan. On the base plan for hospital admission, it's $1,000 per admission, and then it pays up to $100 per day you're in the hospital till you're released to the insured. Doesn't pay the hospital, reimburses the insured. And then on the buy-up plan, it's a $2,000 per admission, $200 per day. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner, there's the rates for the different plans. So that's the hospital indemnity plan, how it works. And then cancer insurance, very specifically, it's for cancer. So if you're diagnosed with cancer at the initial diagnosis through the Advantage plan, there's a base and a buy-up, so lots of good options for the employees. So depending on which one they select determines what their benefit would be, but there's ICU confinement, there's daily room benefit program, there's radiation and chemotherapy benefit. So all the way around, it's a great option. The employees have lots of different things that they can choose from. You'll see in that upper right-hand corner shows what the premiums are for the different programs. But overall, that's how the cancer policy itself works. And then the last but not least is emergency transport, which is a really neat benefit. People don't realize how expensive it can be to be evacuated. If you are in a serious accident, you have a serious illness, there's two different options. There's a base plan and there's a buy-up plan. The biggest difference on the buy-up plan is it's worldwide coverage. So it's really a great benefit, especially if you're out on the ranch, maybe you have an accident, that sort of thing. People don't realize how expensive air ambulance is upwards of $50,000. And your insurance is sometimes not going to cover all that. So this is a really nice additional benefit. So as you can see, and that's really it on this one, a lot of good options for the employees. Lastly, part of the life insurance benefit, there's an employee assistance program. It's not a standalone program. It's something offered as an additional benefit under the life insurance through Mutual of Omaha, but it allows unlimited phone consultations for different things like just well-being. You have issues, you have legal and financial issues, it's healthy lifestyle questions, that sort of thing. You can call in, an employee and or their eligible dependents can call in and get some help. We hear more and more in our industry that mental health and stress, things of that nature are a big determinant on people's health. And so this is just a nice additional benefit that's appended to the life insurance that employees can also access. But overall, the employees of Kerr County have lots of great options on their benefits. And, our job is we make it as easy as possible for them to enroll. And so we work hand in hand with the HR department. We come out, we do on-site open enrollment plans. Even though we have an electronic system that people can enroll on, we still come out on an annual basis to be available to answer questions on location for the employees. And then throughout the year, we work along with HR if employees have issues. We do billing audits, as I said earlier. We go and negotiate the programs. So as I said before, we showed what insurance companies that we have in place. Every year, it's our job, when this gets close to renewal time, we go out, we negotiate, we go to all the different insurance companies. We're independent, so we don't favor one over the other. We work for you guys, and we find the best benefit for the best price. And so from a high level, I just want to go through this with you today. I appreciate your attention. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
No question,
All right.
but I'll just make a comment for the public, and it goes to the air medevac. I had the misfortune, or my wife did, of breaking her ankle, and she had to be air medevac to San Antonio. I had an insurance policy, but at that point in time, we had two different helicopters flying here in the Kerrville area. And unfortunately, the one that showed up was not the one I had a policy with. So
And you don't say, wait, I'll wait for the next one either.
well,
I've done
the
that.
paramedic, yeah, the problem is, the paramedic told me, well, she might lose her foot, because it was hanging. And of course, so I wasn't gonna take that risk.
Yeah.
And I did get a bill for $69,000 for that helicopter flight that took my wife to San Antonio.
Wow.
But the good news is, they negotiated.
Oh, good.
So I ended up paying 14, and I felt I could have probably negotiated even lower after the fact, but I was anxious to get it behind me.
But you got your wife back. They didn't hold her
Yeah,
hostage.
She was
and
okay.
she didn't divorce me, so
Anything else for Mr. Grove?
that's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Before we take our morning break, I'm on a rush and get Deb Thomas up there. He sits there and waits every week. This is item 1.3, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to rescind court order number 39026, awarding engineering services, program application, and project implementation to Hewitt Engineering for the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant administered by the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Doug Thomas.
Morning, Judge, morning, Commissioners. So that court order 39026 had to do with engineering services pre-award for the Volunteer Fire Department generator grant. Since we have been awarded, we really need to clean the slate, and GrantWorks has advised us that we probably need to rescind that order just because FEMA is very stringent about their procurement procedures, and if we need to clean the slate and rescind that order.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve rescinding the order as presented. But Doug, why don't you recap where we were with these generators? The public hasn't heard the good story about where we ended up on these
So,
generators.
3 years ago, or right after Snowvid, we applied for a mitigation grant for volunteer fire department standalone generators to keep those volunteer fire departments up and running in the event that we had some kind of another disaster of any type, basically. And GrantWorks did a lot of work on putting the application together. Originally, it was kind of turned down as a mitigation grant, but it turned out that we could apply for it as a project. And rather than do a 75-25 split with FEMA, we were granted a 90-10 split. The project is $1.1 million, and the county's portion of that will be a little over $100,000. So this is a big project. We've got 3 years to complete it. We're working to try and get that done in under 3 years for sure.
When we started that whole grant process, that was before we had a grant coordinator, and it was just the auditor, Dub and I, trying to do this, which is one of the reasons that we decided we needed the coordinator. And our tenacity has paid off. We have gotten the grants for these generators, and our public is safer because of it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was just information. We got to take a, did we vote?
No, you have a motion and a second.
Those in
But,
favor?
you know, this is important in that our volunteer fire departments are an extension of the county. And when there is something comes up, they need to be fully operational. And, boy, they have delivered time and again, especially when, Uri was here. The whole state got hit, but Mountain Home and Divide got it on the chin, I tell you. So they did welfare checks, they did everything for us.
Yeah, the volunteer fire departments are basically the county's first line of defense besides the sheriff's office. They do everything, flood, fire, accident response, they do it all.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back. We have one timed item at 10 o'clock. Okay. 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to open, read aloud, and receive sealed bids for construction services for the Kerr County Bear Creek Road Reclamation Reconstruction Project, and refer the received bids to the Office of the County Engineer for evaluation and award recommendations at the March 10, 2025 Commissioners Court meeting. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. We should have 5 or 6 bids over there. I have visited with Commissioner Holt and asked him when he opens those if he would read aloud the name of the bidder, and then there'll be 3 numbers that he's going to read. One is for if we were to do 1.7 miles of road reconstruction. The other one is for 1.95 miles. And the third one is for 2.28 miles of road construction.
You said 1.7, 1.9, and what?
1.7, 1.95, and 2.28.
All right, the first name of the bidder is J3. Bear Creek Road at 1.7 miles. Total of the items bid 1 through 12 is $410,862.50. For the Bear Creek Road 1.95 miles, items 13 and 14 comes out to $445,552.75. For the Bear Creek Road 2.28 miles, total of the items 1 through 16 come out to $488,454.25. Thank you. All right, next bid coming in from,
Maybe look at the envelope.
yeah, Allen Keller Company. Thank you. Coming in at, for the Bear Creek Road 1.7 mile portion, items 1 through 12. First bid coming at $491,745.80. For the items 13 and 14, Bear Creek Road 1.95 miles, coming at $523,047.70. For the Bear Creek Road 2.28 miles, total items 1 through 16, coming in at $568,036.30. Third bid coming in from CK Newberry, LLC. The Bear Creek 1.7 miles, total items 1 through 12, coming in at $558 and $335. No sense. The items 13 and 14, Bear Creek Road 1.95, comes in at $606,740. The Bear Creek 2.28 mile, total items 1 through 16, coming in at $676,310. Our fourth bid from Edmund Yinsky Incorporated. Comes at, for Bear Creek Road 1.7 miles, total items 1 through 12 at $665,539. The items 13 and 14 for Bear Creek Road, 1.95 miles, comes in at $717,171. For the Bear Creek Road, 2.28 miles, total items 1 through 16 comes in at $791,379. Lastly, nope. I guess that's the fifth bid, comes from Clark Construction of Texas Incorporated. The Bear Creek Road 1.7 mile, total items 1 through 12, comes in at $609,670.21. The total items 13 and 14 for Bear Creek Road 1.95 miles comes in at $668,950.20. The Bear Creek Road 2.28 mile for total items 1 through 16 comes in at $738,195.54. Sixth bid, lastly, comes from LCR Total Transport. Their Bear Creek Road, 1.7 mile, total items 1 through 12, comes at $423,823.50. For items 13 and 14, Bear Creek Road, 1.95 miles, total is $460,934.00. And for the Bear Creek Road, 2.28 mile, total items 1 through 16 comes in at $514,271.00.
Judge, county engineer requests that the court open, read aloud, and receive sealed bids for the Kerr County Bear Creek Road Reclamation Reconstruction Project and refer. I'm asking you to refer the received bids to the Office of the County Engineer for evaluation and award recommendations at the March 10th, 2025 Commissioners Court meeting, precincts 1 and 4.
So moved.
We've got a move to refer to the county engineer for evaluation and
Second.
recommendation. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Okay, we'll go back up to 1.4 and try to catch up on our agenda here. 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the donation of Vet 1 G380 series compound microscope from the Kerrville Pets Alive, and also accept donations to Kerr County Animal Services totaling $175 for the month of January 2025. Mr. Givens.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Yes, so this is for a microscope that was generously donated by Kerrville Pets Alive. And then and if you have questions about that, I brought our adoption coordinator, Nicole Golden, as to why that was something that was done. So if you have any questions, she's kind of the expert in that, and she can answer those.
I assume it's to look for parasites and what have you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the microscope and the cash donation as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the Animal Services Director to reduce the annual registration fee to $1 during the annual rabies vaccination clinics being held March 1st to March 15th of this year. Also to advertise by placing a sign on the courthouse grounds. Current fees are $5 neutered and spayed, and $10 neutered and spayed.
Non-neutered.
Non-neutered and spayed.
Yes. Yeah, so this is actually something that I generally come to you guys with, I think pretty much every year. There may have been a year or so that we didn't do it, but this is pretty regular. The dates are determined by the local veterinarians, and I basically come here and we'll lower our registration fee during that 2-week period. And then also need to get a sign on the courthouse, which has been done every year, and that's actually, Karen's gonna do that.
I move for approval.
A second.
Got a motion and a second to approve reducing the annual registration fees during the rabies vaccination clinics in March this year. Discussion?
Thank you for doing this. I was wondering why there was some discussion about this previously in the court, and now I see this is a great opportunity. But herding cats is not easy, right? I mean, that's why they made a funny commercial about it.
Yes, sir.
With a cowboy that looks remarkably kind of like you, but I know that's not you. But you do have the opportunity, to provide a lot of these services like we're talking. So for those that are out there and able to do it, and if you can bring in some of those cats for new, this is the time to do it. So really want to emphasize those dates. March 1st through March 15th.
Yeah, it's a
They've got a 2-week window,
Saturday
right?
to a Saturday, yes.
So you're working Saturdays.
So this mostly is done, we may have some people, if there's, Nicole, are they doing off-site? Is it?
Not this year.
Okay, so this is mostly gonna be actually done at vet clinics. And so, in the past, they've done some of this at, like the volunteer fire departments and things. They've tried to hit, the different precincts in different areas. I think everybody's doing it at the vet clinics this year. So, basically what they do is they get the rabies vaccination done, they're gonna get us the info, and then we're gonna just do the $1 for the registration. So our part in this is actually pretty minor in the grand scheme of it, because the vets are the ones actually doing all the labor.
Very affordable compared to what was discussed earlier. Thank you.
That's my question. I mean, okay, you lowered our fees to $1, great, but then these vets are providing the vaccinations at no charge, or is there still a charge to the people?
They're for $12.
$12. Right, that's great. I mean,
Yeah.
thank you very much for what you're doing, for all the veterinarians that are involved in that.
Well, we're appreciative of their cooperation and participation in it.
That's wonderful.
Excellent cause.
Well worth it. Okay.
And before we vote, I want to note for the record that Steve Long and Diana Alonso, who did speak to the court, address the court, signed up for this
This
item.
item, okay.
So, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve and authorize the county judge to sign a cyber hygiene acceptance letter with Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, CISA, is that how you say it?
Yes, sir.
To conduct continuous network vulnerability scanning of the Kerr County IT network. The service will provide IT department snapshots of potential vulnerabilities within the county network. Mr. Tennis.
Good morning, Court. Yes, so this is an expanding piece of our defense in depth for our cybersecurity for our network. Part of that is the know-before training, the human element training. This service provided by CISA will take regular snapshots of our external network to see where we have potential vulnerabilities. They will provide that report on a regular basis, monthly, and it will allow for us to react and fix those problems and continue to move forward. So along these lines, on Friday, I had met with the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center in San Antonio, the RSOC. I'm in the initial steps of expanding our partnerships with them as well to gain insight into valuable training, awareness, security vulnerabilities as well. And then this also kind of falls in line with our tabletop exercise in March 20th for the senior leaderships. And I've extended that invite out to city, county, and local partnerships as well for that exercise. So this is just an expanding part of our defense in depth for our network to make sure it's available and secure.
Corey, I've got a couple questions. I'm not an IT guy by any means, but reading through this agreement, they're talking about they're not going to do any penetration tests or anything that would damage our networks or our systems. Is that correct?
Yes, they're just looking for holes in our network. Luckily, we've been pretty secure throughout, but it never hurts to have, you know, an external observer just come in and just kind of look to say, hey, this is a potential problem. They're an advisory. This particular role is in an advisory position. There's no real commitment beyond other than just them, hey, this is what we see, and this is what you guys could do to move forward to establish security.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little bit concerned about the wording in this. This is on page 2 of that 5-page agreement. The scanning activities described above create some risk of degradation in performance to your organization's systems and networks. Can you address that, please?
Yeah, those are minimal. At the time of the scans, it just puts an extra load on our network, but it by no means impacts anything of our internal network. Like I said, it's just those that are looking at, those from outside that are looking at our website, for example. You know, how does that scan impact the website at that particular time? That's what they're referencing.
So is this a service we're already paying for? Or one?
It's a free service.
It's a free service. Well, there's
really
nothing free. So
sorry?
are they looking for a contract or something later? Because
Nope, 100% free.
Well,
There is really
This
no
is
commitment to
CISA
this, and we
through
can
the
back out at
Department
any
of
time.
Homeland Security, right?
Yes, sir.
So our federal taxes are paying.
You paid for it.
yeah,
I mean,
okay.
the concern is, you know, they recently, Department of Homeland Security fired a number of 12 employees of CISA. And
I'm sure amongst the whole conglomerate of
Yeah.
firings recently, yes.
I guess so. I mean,
Yeah, so do you have concern about CISA and about their ability to do this and remain
With this
impartial?
particular tool, not at all. This, like I said, it's a scan that they have set up. It's an automated event that'll run once a month. Very little manpower need. And like I said, it'll systematically generate a report for us to review. There's no commitment to that review. And it's just an advisory of saying, hey, this is what we have seen that may or may not be.
and
So
they're-
this
they're-
is passive, not active. There's no white hat activity, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yeah, so they're looking for external vulnerabilities, they're not getting inside our system.
True statement. Yes. That is something that we run internally, and we are taking other steps to enhance as well. So they're.
Would you tell the rest of the court, maybe you already have separately, but what you were telling me out in the hallway about how many attempts are made on a daily basis to, you know, hack our network, our system? Or do you not want to do that? I mean,
I'd rather not divulge that. It's in the.
It's significant.
It's significant. Yeah, we could talk about that offline.
I was pretty shocked.
But I'd
It's
rather
a
not.
lot more than significant.
Yeah, I'd rather not air dirty
Anyway,
laundry.
okay.
But we are not the only one. This is
Sure.
That is very typical of a public-facing
Yeah, okay.
event. So,
Yeah, anyway, it's kind of concerning and scary down
and this agreement has been reviewed by the attorney's offices as well. So.
Okay. Ms. Bell, you want to address the board?
Alicia Bell, Precinct 1. I did want to discuss how the President Trump is not exactly comfortable with the way CISA has been operating. They suspended security operations during the election. Let's see. They also were pushing out misinformation and disinformation through social media companies and censor information that later proved to be true. DHS is having a 20-day assessment of their system, so I ask that you hold off on your approval of this. And also, CISA was involved in trying to impeach General Paxton. They were involved in the prosecution on that.
So, Corey, if we go ahead with this, how soon would they actually start their work?
The first scans would not happen until April.
April.
Yes, because it takes that long for this agreement to process through.
Yeah.
In regards to her concerns, valid, yes, but we are accessing a network scanning tool only from CISA.
Well, I share some of those concerns, so I mean, but I guess you have the ability to terminate this agreement
At any time.
at any time.
Yes, sir.
So if we get some new information,
Should it impact our network at any time, we can shut it off immediately. And like I said, it is external only. They will not access our internal networks, so our internal survivability, I have high confidence with.
yeah.
What is currently done to access our vulnerabilities externally? If we didn't have CISA doing this, who do we have? Are we paying somebody already?
The last network,
Doing it ourselves?
the last network scan that was done, to my awareness, was done through TAC, and that was done prior to my hire, and I believe that was roughly 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yes, sir. So this actually is a monthly scan to identify potential vulnerabilities to our network.
Do we have a motion?
We have not. We have just discussed so far.
Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, discussion?
Yeah, the only reason any type of looking into our system bothers me from an outside entity, especially the government, is because I just bought a pool filter the other day, and now I've got ads from the pool factory dropping up on my TV. You know, and that happens regularly, and that's just because they're accessing my IP.
Part of that is when you click on that "Yes, I agree" statement, is that opens you up for the adware portions of those tools. There will be no adware involved with any of our.
Yeah, but it's almost to where I can just talk about it and it pops up.
This is
Very true.
You know?
This is the deal.
It's always
My
listed.
wife and I had a discussion the other day, and within 10 minutes, she had an ad pop up.
Yeah, amazing, huh?
Yeah, Google and Siri are listening always. So we
Yeah,
are trying to stay ahead of that. This is just one tool in the tool bag. Our internal networks, we'll be adding new tools here in the very near term, so that when, and I say when because it's inevitable, when a device is compromised, we will have the ability to isolate that particular device within seconds. So that way it will not distribute throughout our network.
I mean, having worked in this realm before for the federal government, I've seen a lot of different capabilities. I've seen a lot of them at risk. I've seen a lot of vulnerabilities, white, black hat, and all kinds of good stuff from before. Worked with CISA before, understand what they do, but I do, remain a little cautious about what would their proposals would be and what action we would take. And that's where we look to you.
Yes, sir.
And some of this maybe can't be discussed in open because we discuss vulnerabilities. I don't want to do that, like, hey, you just
Sure.
came with a vulnerability and here's where it is and where we may want to take action. Certainly appreciate people looking at the network from a very trusted perspective. We just have to make sure we have a trusted source here.
They will not have any internal access to our networks. That has been agreed upon.
Okay.
And again, this is an advisory only tool. We also have internal tools that at a moment's notice will spike should something not look proper. And we are, like I said, we are enhancing, we are in the process of enhancing those tools as we speak.
But my concern still is that they're looking for vulnerabilities to tell you about, so they're identifying vulnerabilities
Yes.
for somebody to be able to do that, so.
They're looking at, yes,
That
without
are
getting
there,
into
yeah.
too much. But yes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a necessary tool to know what your vulnerabilities are, actually. But
I prefer to talk about them in executive session.
yeah.
Once they identify a vulnerability, are they secure enough, or is that all of a sudden
They
public?
could be doing that without any agreement.
Well, sure.
Right.
Anyway, I don't know.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's go back in. We have a motion to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve and authorize the county judge to sign a cyber hygiene acceptance letter with Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency to conduct continuous network and vulnerability scanning of the Kerr County IT network. The service will provide the IT snapshots of potential vulnerabilities within the county network. That's the contract we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Thank you.
Three opposed?
Yes. It fails. That's what I said. Okay, item 1.10, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action. Am I in the right place? Yes. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to execute a contract with UES Professional Solutions 44 LLC in an amount not to exceed $25,000 to perform construction materials testing and related quality control services for the Kerr County Animal Services Facility. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. In your packets is a proposed contract for UES, formerly Rock Engineering. We've worked with them for years to perform construction materials testing and related quality control services for the Kerr County Animal Services Facility. UES has estimated the cost to be $20,340. Therefore, the county engineer recommends authorizing a budget not to exceed $25,000. County engineer requests that the court authorize the county judge to execute a contract with UES Professional Solutions 44 LLC in an amount not to exceed $25,000 to perform construction materials testing and related quality control services for the Kerr County Animal Services Facility, Precinct 2.
Make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contract with UES Professional Solutions 44 LLC as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, question, Charlie, where is this in the budget for this project? I mean, is this another add-on that we awarded the
We pulled it
contract?
it was pulled out of the contract with J.K. Bernhard so that there wouldn't be an add-on fee
Yeah, so
from
it's not part
contractor.
of that, but it's
That's right.
still, is it, I mean, we're over budget
Our
anyway
county
on the
auditor can
bond,
tell
but-
us.
So y'all approved a budget adjustment last Commissioners Court meeting to move the $25,000, and we increased the interest that had been received that had a budget of 0, and we increased that and made room for this at that time. So the budget has been taken care of.
Okay, so what's our total budget for this project right now?
I'd have to look it up.
But this money has been accounted for in the budget.
It has been now, because
Right.
y'all made a budget adjustment for it.
Right.
All right, so tell us the need. What are we testing for everyone else to kind of understand?
Oh,
Are we
sure.
Hitting some I-beams with a hammer, or probably a little more sophisticated than that?
There's going to be a lot of testing on the site for the foundation, testing of the concrete to make sure you've got good quality concrete that goes down, testing for the road that you're building in the fire lane that are required by the city. Well, we're not going to be able to proceed if we don't have
permitting.
testing for permitting. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.11, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for Commissioners Court approval to surplus a 2012 John Deere 710K backhoe, RBU 199. Ms. Hawthorne.
We are asking the Commissioners Court to surplus a 2012 John Deere 710K backhoe for the Road and Bridge Department. The serial number for this unit is 1T0710KXJ CE 226200. And at this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to surplus this unit.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve surplusing the John Deere backhoe as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval to trade a 2012 John Deere 710K backhoe towards the purchase of 2 John Deere 710P backhoes. Ms. Hawthorne.
The two new backhoes are on our fiscal year 24-25 capital purchase list that was approved by the Commissioners Court for fiscal year 24-25 budget. The unit that was just surplus will be traded in on the purchase of 2 new John Deere 710P backhoes. This purchase is under Sourcewell's government purchasing contract number 011723-JDC. And because we're purchasing that way, we do not have to do the formal bid process on this. Under this contract, it's a 43% discount from what the price would be to a private contractor purchasing this unit. The trade-in value of the 2012 John Deere 710K backhoe is $65,000. The final cost of the two John Deere 710P backhoes is $392,220.32.
I move for approval.
We've got a motion.
Second.
And a second, to approve the purchase of the new John Deere, 710P backhoes as presented.
And also to have the county judge sign the same,
Yes, of course.
please.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 1.13. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine how to maintain the official recordings and record of Commissioners Court meetings as well as all juvenile, mental health, and probate dockets. And I put this on the docket, on the agenda, following Deb Gifford's retirement. We've been limping along, trying to meet this need. What Deb did, let's just start with that. What she did was take certified shorthand court reporting record here in Commissioners Court. And that was something Commissioner Letts insisted that we have. Most Commissioners Court do not do that. In fact, the vast majority of Commissioners Courts do not do that. And it's usually electronically recorded. We do have the YouTube that we do post on our website. So there is a complete transcript of a record available for the public. And when Deb was with us, we would post the transcripts as they were done. And they usually ran about a month or so behind, something like that. So if somebody wanted to look up the black and white word, they could, but it's going to be about a month after the fact. But that's just court reporting. When I first came on the court, and I'm there's only one of us that would remember this, I had good friends down in Medina County who had gone to the Texas Supreme Court, and there are several other counties that did this, and got a waiver so that they didn't have to have a certified shorthand court reporter. But they had a special app program that they used, and I watched them, went down there and watched the demonstration of it, and it works very well for a fraction of the cost. Certified shorthand court reporters are very expensive. And we've got two up in the district courtrooms, one in the 198th, one in the 216th. We have one for a county court at law, and they are exclusive for those courts. They don't bleed over and cover this court. Other than Commissioners Court, which I think we've done a pretty good job of handling on YouTube, I am advised by Corey that the Teams app actually provides for a scroll transcript, AI transcript. And it might be advisable for us to consider moving this court's record over to a Teams rather than YouTube, so there is some kind of written record there.
That's what we use.
Now, AI is not infallible, but it puts you in the ballpark that you can look at what was actually said.
And it's
this meeting.
acceptable. And this is an excellent opportunity to downsize government.
Well, you know where I'm headed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my experience with this in a court was IBM Watson, which was a transcription service that we paid a lot of money for. And I think technology, I hope would be catching up, but from your perspective, Judge, would this meet the criteria to be approved transcripts? Or does it have to be IBM Watson, something like that?
No. In terms of Commissioners Court, and I've got Hunter Moose is here with us today. Heather couldn't make it, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But in terms of this court's record, I think that the YouTube has been an excellent resource for us. And whether we switch to Teams or not, I think some sort of AI-assisted electronic recording is more than adequate for the proceedings in this courtroom for Commissioners Court. The other three I have, they're somewhat problematic, and I need to divert. So we've talked about Commissioners Court. I'm going to change subjects now. I have 3 legal documents that I preside over. Dockets. A juvenile docket, a mental health docket, and a probate docket. And I share the probate docket with County Court at Law. We have concurrent jurisdiction. And she has a certified shorthand court reporter who's been with the county for years. Very good. And the way probate law works is if there is a contested probate matter, the parties have a right to have that contested case moved to the county court at law. And it's a matter of right. It's not a matter of merit. They can automatically take it to county court at law. And as a matter of practice, anything that's contested in probate, I have sent to county court at law. I mean, occasionally I might have lawyers arguing some fine point, but in terms of a case on the merits, we'll go to county court at law. And we already have the court reporter for that. What I'm trying to do is to not hire another court reporter. And so, and this issue came up over 6 years ago when I first came on the court. We went through all of this, and it was thoroughly researched at the time, and that I've been provided copies of the research that was done back then. But what we've learned is juvenile dockets are authorized by statute to be electronically recorded. So we don't have to worry about juvenile. And we've been working with Jason Davis and the Juvenile Probation Department. They've got it all set up. Corey set him up with his own laptop, and he records it. The mental health code is silent. It says you have to have a record, but it doesn't say what kind of record. And that's important because in the probate code, it says for contested matters, we have to have a certified shorthand court reporter. And there's special certificates when they say that. And it's been written into the statute. It was lobbied by the court reporters lobbied years ago, and it's in there. And so on contested probate matters, we are required to have a certified court reporter. And so I've talked it over with, let me finish up with mental health and wrap it up with probate. Talked it over with the medical director at the state hospital, where we conduct the mental health hearings. And they're fine with an electronic record. I've been doing this job 6 years. I shadowed Tom Pollard for 2 years. So I've watched the mental health over there for 8 years. There's never been a transcript prepared. Not one in 8 years. But we have a certified shorthand court reporter that would take it down. And by the way, when they take it down, that information belongs to them. And if you want a copy of it, we have to pay for a copy. If you transcribe it, we have to pay for a copy of it on top of paying their salary.
But Judge, real quick, I don't want to stop you, but who would be responsible for providing that over there? The state or the county for mental health?
The state pays us a supplement to handle the juvenile and the mental health and the probate matters.
Okay.
And so the JP's handled the probable cause, I handled the commitments, and the cost of the court reporter falls to the county as part of that stipend.
Okay.
So, if you think about what we did on Zoom, court reporters came onto Zoom and they would take down whatever they take down. And what we're doing right now is we've been using Zoom and just recording it so that we have a record. That's what we've been doing. In probate, the contested matters, I think we all, I didn't finish with mental health. Hunter's got to keep me on track here. We had a brainstorm session with Dr. Steinke and court-appointed defense counsel as well as the mental health prosecutor a few weeks back. And the suggestion was made that for the mental health that we use a waiver. And you can waive arraignment. They're all in criminal cases. There's things that can be waived. And so the suggestion that I've visited with Heather about, and I know I talked specifically to Mr. Moose about it, but we're all exchanging the same documents. We're in the process of having Steve Wadsworth prepare a waiver so that in mental health, if they can waive and agree to an electronic recording, which the director of the hospital will sign. He's already told us. So I think that can solve that problem. We don't have to do anything in juvenile, statutorily approved, so now we've solved those two. Then with probate, we've got the contested, and then we have a process of what is known in Texas as self-proving wills. And self-proving wills do not require a certified shorthand court reporter. And it's because of a special process that Texas adopted many, many years ago, because most of our county judges are not attorneys, and county judges in every county are the probate authority. The self-proving is a form that is in the estates code. And if you follow this form, and the will is witnessed in person by the witnesses who have to be at least 14 years of age, and that's what I said, the witnesses have to be 14. That's all Texas requires. But if it's notarized and they saw it in person, then that will is what we call a self-proving will, and we don't have to have court reporters for that. And if you've ever been to a probate docket, they go very quickly. You put on the proof, and we admit it to probate and appoint him as an independent executor to serve without bond and go right to the next one. That is the vast majority of the probate docket. I would say at least 75 or more %. We do have, well, I say that, maybe the other part that you have to do are determination of heirships. And that's when people die intestate without a will. And then you have to listen to testimony, and you have to you have to appoint an attorney ad litem to represent the unknown heirs. You have to have testimony as to who the heirs are, and marriages and children from prior marriages, and it gets, that one gets a little dicey. And those probably need a record. And so what we've been talking about is setting, instead of having a full-time court reporter, we have a very good relationship with Lisa Greenwald and her court reporting service. And they provide us fill-in court reporters when we don't have one. And we probably use them, half a dozen times a year? Something like that. And they charge a flat fee. If we bring them to the courthouse for a 20-minute hearing, you still pay for a half a day. And you have to pay for the mileage to bring them and send them home. And the fee is $600 for half day, $1,200 for a full day, plus travel expenses and per diem if they stay up for lunch.
Then you still have to pay them for the document?
Yes.
Somebody mentioned.
If it's transcribed.
What does that cost?
Their going rate.
Which is, I have no idea.
Expensive.
Either way, it sounds a lot less expensive than having a full-time court
Well,
reporter.
and I can tell you, I have
About roll-ups.
in terms of having a record transcribed that went up on appeal in probate, I've had one in 8 years.
Right.
Had one. So, what we've talked about doing is, and you need to know the dollars and cents here. We've got a chance to save some money. The salary for the court reporter in the county judge's budget is right at $82,000, and roll-ups are about 25%. We're looking at something north of $100,000. What I've talked about doing, and I need to sit down and work with the county clerk's office to do this, is to pick out the cases that need to have a court reporter and have a court reporter come once a month. And we'll see if we can get by with a half a day. If it takes a whole day, do that. But try to fill this the things that we really need to have the court reporter records for. Do it one day a month, and I'm thinking We usually do probate on Thursdays, second and fourth Thursdays, probably making it the last Thursday of the month. And let Lisa know and have her set it up, and she regularly has somebody ready to come take whatever we have. And if we don't need it, then we can cancel it.
So we'd reduce the cost down to about 10%.
Without doubt, and scheduling will fix a lot of the problems.
And to note, when we transition to Microsoft 365, Teams comes with that. Right now, we've got to pay a little bit more, right, for certain people to have access to Teams.
That's even better.
Yeah, we are paying a little bit more right now to have Teams and to be able to record, and it provides a written transcription. It's not certifiable and necessarily in a court, but for our uses where it's not certified, it becomes a useful tool. I'm glad that we're paying a little bit to do that. I asked to have that, but I'm gonna wait.
I didn't know we actually had Teams yet.
There's only a few people that have been,
I don't have
The privileged class.
No, I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, and what I was gonna tell about, back in COVID, when we all learned to Zoom, and the other apps too. The court reporters would sit in and listen to a whole hearing. I'd listen to testimony, admit exhibits into evidence, and if it was required, they would transcript from the recording that, and so there's not a whole lot of difference here if you look at it.
No.
And the $64,000 question that was put to me was, if we do this and a court of appeals or an attorney general opinion comes back and says you need to have the certified shorthand court reporter, what happens to us? We have to go get a court reporter.
Well, you can still call this agency, right, and have them when you need them.
Yep.
So,
That's
You're covered.
the safety net.
Right.
much more discreet spending.
So should we, I like it, but so should we have it on the next agenda specifically for a contractual agreement with?
you already have it. Is that already in place?
Well,
It
it's
would
not,
probably be
but-
better to come in with a.
Yes.
yeah, but it's not,
formal
that we need a better
package.
description on what we're doing here.
Right.
Yeah.
But we've been limping along, because Deb retired end of the year.
Yeah.
And to tell you the truth, it's worked well. We haven't had a problem. But we've got several laptops with a whole bunch of Zoom recorded hearings. And it works really well. I just set I take my iPad and set it up here, turn it on Zoom, push the button to record, turn around to show the witness when they talk, turn around to show me when I give a ruling. I mean, our kids can do better than we do. And
Hi, Nikki Keynes. I live in the county. My only concern is when they are transcribing from a Zoomed meeting like this, it's recorded on YouTube. When you all are taking a vote, I've watched it by YouTube and I'm watching it here, and unless you're doing a record vote or if you're doing a hand vote, it is not clear who is voting which way. So my only recommendation is if the court could do something.
We can do that, that's no
I've
problem.
thought
We've done
that
that
all
before.
along. We need to go back to
Yeah, I,
raising our hands.
I'm okay with that.
I agree.
And if we're gonna do that, it's probably better practice.
I still do it out of habit.
Yeah. And the key to the whole recording thing, which I agree we should go just rely on the recording, but it's having good quality speakers that pick up the dialogue. And I think these have improved it, but just something to make sure.
So that was for information. We'll bring it back for a formal agenda item, next Commissioner's report. Moving on to item 1.14. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to renew the ACA Affordable Care Act Reporting and Tracking Services Program Agreement between the Texas Associations of Counties and Kerr County. Ms. Zapata.
Commissioner, Judge, Commissioners, this is just a renewal to our contract. TAC, one of their other services they offer is our ACA reporting and keeping track with that. So this is the renewal we do every year. I ask y'all to please approve that. It keeps us in compliance with the Affordable Care Act.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the renewing the reporting and tracking services program agreement with TAC as presented. Any discussion?
Just a question or two. I mean, who actually prepares the report for ACA?
My office does a spreadsheet that we send out to TAC. They have a certain, we have to have them in like January through June, has to be done by the end of July or something like that. And so we have a schedule that they provide us. I do the spreadsheets on Excel, and then I send them out to them for them to review, and they prepare the 1095s at the end of the year, or at the beginning of the following year.
And what are the costs that we're tracking under this portion?
We are tracking how much employees work throughout the year, so anybody who averages over 30 hours, averages 30 hours a week, they have to be offered insurance. So if we have any of our part-timers that we don't offer them insurance because they don't have that benefit, if TAC finds that they've averaged over that 30 hours a week, then we have to offer them health insurance. So, but we're pretty good about keeping that. Our departments are good about knowing their part-time employees don't usually work over that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of renewing the contract with TAC as presented, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.15, consider discuss and take appropriate action for the court to authorize issuing a request for proposal for construction services to replace 7 HVAC units. St. Evans.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Yes, I'm requesting permission to issue an RFP for the construction services for the replacement of 7 HVAC systems in the courthouse that was approved during our last budget meetings and whatnot. Also, I'd like to get, as soon as I can, get this started so we can, by the end of April or May, start putting JCs. It's a little cooler, a little comfortable, instead of waiting until the summer when put more stress on the offices and employees. And also, the county attorney has not yet reviewed this RFP and would like to request the RFP to be approved by the court pending our county attorney's approval.
I'm trying to recall, because it happened before me being here, but I was out there. Did y'all put in the budget a certain number of units per year? Is that what it was?
7 units for the first year, 7 maybe for the second year.
Okay.
But it's not complete 7. There's going to be a couple of years where there's only 6 or 5 units for replacement.
But we adopted a plan and put it in.
We
Right, I
did.
thought I remembered that. Yeah.
It's sort of like Road and Bridge with their equipment. We're trying to get ahead of it where everything doesn't just go to scrap pile all at once, you know?
We did that.
Yeah, exactly.
We had
That's
like
what
what,
we have
100
so
units?
many, how many units we have in the county?
Well, at the courthouse, we have 33 in the courthouse alone. And then I have right around 120 AC units scattered out through the other buildings.
And that includes our West Annex now, which
Yeah, and
grew.
jail.
I haven't counted those. That was not a part of my original count. I have not went through there and counted all those
right.
yet. So, but it's gonna put us over 120 units, probably more like 135 probably.
And all different sizes and models and my goodness.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we gotta get ahead of this, guys.
So, who are you relying on for, you know, in terms of preparing the technical scope within the RFP to define what you're looking for? Are you doing that, or who's?
I
pulling
have
that
been
together?
working with our grant administrator on this. and
Sorry, say that?
I have been working with our grant administrator on some of the wording and whatnot. And I've contacted some AC companies to for wording of it as well.
But I think he's talking about the specs on the units themselves. Who's determining that? The people that'll, do you have somebody coming out to give you a spec sheet on like 30 units here, what it would actually take? Because the new units are a little more efficient.
Well, and we're gonna let we're gonna have a pre-bid meeting, and the technicians will decide then what they're gonna put in. Because I was told that it would be better for the county not to recommend the tonnage that was necessary for each office area, that the AC company should do that.
So each one of these 7 units are gonna be individually evaluated?
Yes, sir, basically. What is needed for each office area.
I got it. That's kind of what we're doing with the.
So there's
college.
no ability to try to standardize units? They're all different size and tonnage and so forth, or what? Wherever you can standardize, you should.
Look at all the different sizes of rooms and everything you're trying to do.
So some office areas are bigger than others, so.
Sure.
Where one office might need a 7-ton unit, another office may need a 4-ton unit.
Right.
I guess all I would ask for is good assessment and scope of work. Repair if you can, replace if you must.
Right.
But continue to do maintenance, and your ability to do maintenance is limited, you know, to what you would expect. Cleaning out trays, doing belt replacement, keeping
Correct.
it up, and I thank you for that. But for assessment, for replacement, that does, I think, take a higher level of engineering capability and skill. And is that what you're looking for, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Some of this will, like I said, will be determined what kind of equipment we will need at these pre-bid meetings. And when they make their assessment and they turn these bids in, for what size and what we do need.
The only problem with that, Shane, is you're gonna have maybe 5 contractors at your pre-bid meeting, and you might get 5 different recommendations on what you should replace that unit with for each one of the 7. You know, so how are you gonna determine which is the way to go? Because you wanna put everybody on a level playing field when you, in the RFP itself. So that,
If I can maybe just step in and help a little bit with that. With the request for proposals, he will have the mandatory bid meeting, and we will do it similarly to what we've done with, say, like the Ag Barn, where everyone has to be there.
Yep.
And they can give their recommendations, and it could be a fluid thing. He does specifically want to have 2 different types, or 2 options of the type of unit, and leave it to that. And when he went out on his, for the budget request, he had gone through the county and ascertained which were the oldest and which ones needed the replacement. So this is more replacement and not repair or maintenance.
Right.
That is something that he is doing separately, but we're hoping that at the mandatory pre-bid meeting, and also offering site visits, that we will stay within the budget that you allocated for this plan, and for those, to replace those first 7 units that he was able to determine had the highest need of being absolutely replaced. And
So there's been assessment already, is what?
yes, when he did his 5-year plan, he
Okay.
presented a 5-year plan at the budget, so he has 7 for this year. I believe next year has 7 more. And I can get a copy of that for you if you want, if he doesn't have it readily available, but it says specifically which units they are.
all right, okay. Well,
All right, I move for approval.
A second.
Got a motion and a second, and this is for issuing the RFP.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have one for advertising
So,
it next.
so that sounds like a 20-year plan to
Sub-
eventually
subject
replace
to
all the units.
Legal review, right?
Yes, they have not been reviewed, but pending approval
Pending.
with our office.
Yeah.
I believe that would be the way to move.
I'll amend mine.
So this is a motion to approve issuing an RFP for these 7 HVAC units, subject to county
Pending.
attorney approval. Any
Yes.
discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.16, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to authorize advertising the RFP for construction services to replace the 7 HVAC units.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to second to approve advertising the RFP is presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to begin the process to purchase digital display sign at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Mr.
Yes,
Harris.
you know, we're not totally without Jonathan Letson. He's still around, and he called me about this. He's still working for the county. We're not paying him anything as far as this goes. He's working with the city manager and trying to get a variance on putting a sign out in front of our event center. And he said, that's gonna get done. He said, y'all need to go ahead and do this, to begin the process, cause he said, you know, he's been in talks with them and it's gonna get done, but we might as well go out and start, have Jake, give Jake the authority to start negotiating. And Jake's done this in the past, but, you know, prices 2 years ago are different than what they are today. And so we need Jake to revisit that and get started on that. So I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second?
I'd like to discuss how much is this sign? I went down this road before on a digital sign and I was appalled by the cost.
Yes.
On my base at a certain location and.
Well, the good part about it with our people that the management company, they've earmarked the money for it. Yeah,
So not
because it was
so much-
north of 50,000 when we looked at it before. I can't remember exact, but in our agreement, there's money set aside for this.
Okay.
Okay, so I know what you mean, because it's crazy what they can cost, you know.
We have a budget of $125,000 currently for Hill Country
Right.
Event Center.
Thank you, Ken.
So
Richard Bonner wants to speak.
how does that work? If we budgeted the money, yet they're paying?
Upon the, signing the contracts with them or the contract renewals, they set aside certain amounts that the
Right.
county can use for marketing. There's several different
Yeah, I
areas, but
recall that.
marketing is
Yeah.
one of them. And it does, if for any reason the contract goes away before the end of the terms, we would have to pay a certain amount of that money back.
Yeah, and it's been earmarked for that, set aside for several years.
recall,
We just
yeah.
haven't utilized it
Right.
yet.
It's,
And with the cost, just the advice of us is it'll have to go out either for bids or
Oh, yes,
through a co-op.
yes.
There are some co-ops, because I was called on this.
Is that right?
I would go about doing it, and I told them, I said, there are probably sign companies that participate in one of the government purchasing programs, so if it exceeds 50, you probably won't have to do, a formal bid process.
Yeah, we do.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Bowler?
I'm Richard Bonert from East Kerr, Precinct 3. And purchasing a digital display sign, what is the problem with the one that's there? Is that to replace that
Yes.
one or what?
It's to replace it.
Yes, sir.
And what is the
Well, half
purpose?
the problem, it doesn't work half the time. You know, it's got errors in the display or whatever, certain parts of it aren't working.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the main thing. You know, it's just getting, it's on its last leg, I think, Richard. That's the issue with it. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to do it. But again, this is part of our agreement with the management company that some money set aside for our marketing, because that's their deal.
Do we have a motion on this one yet?
Yes.
And a second?
Mhm.
Okay. And this is, it says begin the process.
Yeah.
So it's subject to a whole lot of,
Kickstart it again,
Right.
basically.
okay. So those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Okay. Motion carries 3-1. 1.18, award a construction contract with Albert Martinez Roofing and Construction LLC and authorize the county engineer in precinct 2 to negotiate a modification of the contract amount where the contract is made and executed by the county judge for construction services for the Kerr County Indoor Arena Structural Retrofit Project. Charlie Hastings.
Judge, I'd like to visit with the court on that in executive session.
And we apparently have to unanimously agree that we need to have.
If we're gonna do it on negotiations, contract negotiations.
That's what this is.
Yes, sir.
Then we have to have unanimous vote of the court. So.
To go into executive session
So
and
to
have a
make-
negotiation discussion.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we go into executive session
Second.
to
Got a motion and a
discuss
second.
the negotiation of this contract.
And it needs to also include that doing it in open session will have a detrimental
Yeah.
Yes,
detriment.
because
Because
if we
we're
talk
not
about it
contact-
in public, it would have a detrimental impact on the county's cost position.
Okay.
Okay.
Those in favor, raise your hand. We'll take that up in executive session unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Approval agenda, 2.1, budget amendments.
You have before you 5 budget amendments for this time. 2 are related to grants, and 2 of them are line item adjustments that also have to deal with grants.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Unanimous. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,513,108.56.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
Yes, we have 2 packets today. The first one's $318.30, and the second one is $160,916.75.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 2.4, auditor reports.
There are not any.
Thank you. 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, for January 2025, Justice of the Peace, Judge J.R. Horn, Precinct 2, Judge Bill Ragsdale, Precinct 4, Environmental Health and Animal Services, Director Reagan Givens, Auditor's Office, County Auditor Tanya Shelton, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters, Treasurer's Office, Treasurer Tracy Sullivan, Investment Portfolio Summary from October 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Court orders. I have reviewed court orders from the last Commissioners Court meeting on February 10. Numbers 41113 through 41139, 26 orders. And they all appear to be in order, and I move that they be approved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, moving on to the information part of the agenda. 3.1 are status reports from department heads.
Good morning. Again, not necessarily a status report, but I wanted to just make a couple of comments. I know that earlier we had some individuals here who were talking about cats. I had actually planned on coming here to talk to you just briefly at this time, without even knowing they would be here, but about cats. I know it's everybody's favorite topic as well. So I didn't agree with a whole lot that was said, but I do agree with one thing. There is a problem. There's a very big problem. You know, there's a major problem in this, both the city and the county. It's just as a whole. There's self-made problems, and then there's problems that somebody else made, and these are all with the cats that people have to deal with because they live in close proximity. I guess what I would like to say is, you know, we're looking at nobody in Kerr County has yet to come up with a solution that works, okay? Not just me or you guys, but there's nobody. Because if they had figured it out, it would already have been fixed. And so I don't have any great, wonderful mass solution for you. But what I want to do is in a either public forum type of workshop, something, I want to sit down with the court, whoever wants to come. I have some legal questions for the county attorney's office. I want to outline what we're doing, why we're doing it. We can talk about what we've done in the past. I can give you options for the future. We can do things differently. There's different things we can do that can help. But I want you guys to all understand whenever you get a phone call from somebody that's complaining because there's something we didn't do or that they didn't agree with, I want you to understand it better. And, you know, maybe I could have done a better job of keeping you informed of exactly what we were doing, but we're doing what we're allowed to do. And there's just, cats are a real difficult thing because you just trying to figure out what to do. You got people that love them, you got people that hate them, and you got people that don't care. But there is a big problem out there. And whether it's, and I'm almost hesitant to say solutions, because I don't know that there is a total solution. I just know that there's, what can we do to optimize what we're doing for the public here to help? So I don't know if I need to request in a official Commissioners Court agenda item to talk about these things, or if I need, or how, what the process is to get the ball rolling. But I really would like to sit down with you guys and all, this is not a one-man decision.
Reagan, what I'd like to see is maybe look at some other counties. Look at some options out there, something that might fit us, that people are already, you know, doing, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Or I agree with you. There's not going to be a silver bullet that's going to fix all this, but
it is a problem everywhere, and I get
Sure.
what you're saying, and I certainly will do that. And there's just differences in, you know, it's actually kind of amazing to me because you'll see major differences just from Fredericksburg to here. You'll see differences from Bernie to here. Just different issues, problems that they don't have that we have, or
Sure.
problems that we don't have that somebody else may have. It's actually kind of odd. We're not that far down the road from them.
you're right.
But some of them just don't have the same types. Everybody's got cat problems though. It's just how you deal with those. There's no way to make everybody happy with it either, which you know.
You know, I'm grateful for support we have from our trappers, but it ends, it doesn't include trapping cats. And I made a joke about, you know, you being the guy on the cowboy, you know, on the commercial, but you've given us a call to action to be a part of a solution, right? And, you know, I mean, I've got a couple feral cats that I'm like, oh, how am I gonna trap that bad boy and bring him to you in March? But I have to try, and we all should. Because the call to action is to be a part of it. Understanding what small cats can do to our migratory birds, and I've seen it, you know, and to each other, and it becomes a big issue. And I like the fact that my barn cat reduces the mice and things like that, but he reduces a lot more than that. And that is the issue. So I would invite you to give us a report, okay, at your next convenience, once you tabulate everything. And then to not take out everyone's time, we can stay maybe in an executive session, go through options, which you may not currently be doing, but one of you have provided, which is the option in March.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
What was that, I'm sorry?
The option in March, which is spading.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You already are doing something. I wanna give you credit for that.
So that is for your responsible pet owners. This will not help in any way, shape, or form the mass
I see it a little
cat
bit differently.
situation.
I mean, that executive session discussion may be the end all, but I like the idea of having some kind of a public forum and getting all the stakeholders and people who are concerned into the same room and share some information and talk about issues, and I don't know.
People have a lot of questions about it. I'll answer
I
the
know.
questions. I'd love to talk about it. I'll tell you the problems. I got staff that'll tell you problems too. And you know, one of the big things that people don't realize is some folks think the animal control is like black and white. It is not at all. Every single one of these things is a different situation with different circumstances. We have to come up with rules such as people that are feeding mass amounts of cats. You don't have to do that.
That's right.
And you're creating a problem over a period of time, 3 months, 6 months, a year, and then they call us and they want us to fix it in a day. And you can't. There's no way. But it's also a temporary fix, because until you have, and this is why I say there's no great solutions, because until you have the public all decide that they're going to take the initiative to do what they're supposed to do, some people will never stop. And they're going to always have a problem. And I'm supposed to fix it. And so that's fine. I just want us to all be on the same page with what we're doing. I want it to be something that we agree on.
Reagan? There is no solution for feral animals. The only real solution offends all of us. And we can be in executive session or we can be at a public summit. This problem is what it is. There's no solution. All we can do is try to manage and control this uncontrollable force of nature.
Agreed.
And the sooner we all realize that, I mean, and these are cats, these are not hogs. I mean, it was a whole lot easier to pay those trappers to shoot those feral hogs than it is to shoot cute little kittens, which is never gonna happen.
I'm not gonna be here when you propose it.
Well, there's no solution here. Well, and we can pull our hair and gnash our teeth all we want, but we're not gonna come up with a magic solution. And people need to remember that counties do not have ordinance authority. All those statutes that they were quoting up there, they're not county. County can't do that.
That was all city of Kerrville stuff.
I know.
Well, they said municipal when they were talking, and that's what it was.
But some of this is just educating the public a little bit, because
Sure.
feeding stray cats, wild cats, feral cats, whatever you want to call them, feeding them is adding to the problem.
And
then, you know, some of it, I got a call from one of my constituents who lives in a trailer park, and it was during this really cold weather. And the guy's been trapping these things. And of course, animal control doesn't want to come and take them because they've already been there and gotten their one for that week. And yet he's trapped cats, and they're in his little, I guess, I have a heart trap or whatever, and now they're freezing to death. So common sense would tell you, don't be trapping them in sub-zero or sub-freezing weather. But anyway.
Well, I can tell you just, go ahead, Judge.
I'm just saying, if we want to sponsor a summit and bring people together to discuss the problem and discuss how we might be able to take some remedial measures, I'm all in favor of that.
I think it's
I don't
worth
know
a
who's gonna
try.
chair it.
I'm not sure how well it works, but I think it's worth a try.
I'll be
Well,
glad to do whatever.
it's worth educating the public.
Yeah.
I mean, what we probably need to do is get Lisa Walter and let's just start some press releases and start educating the public on this, because
You can do that.
it's not going away. And I will confess, I've never taken in a feral animal. But when we went to Costa Rica for Christmas, there was a little feral cat that I just absolutely fell in love with. And I'm not a cat person, and I'm allergic to them. So what do?
You
You
didn't
know-
bring it home, did you?
No,
Okay.
no, but the kids were teasing me about leaving my cat. But there's simply no solution for this.
So could you
We've
start
got-
preparing some statements for Lisa to be able to start posting?
Sure.
It'd be a
Talking
good-
about,
it'd
like
be a
doing
start.
like don't feed, you know, and just educational stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'd like public feedback.
It's just, and I'm not trying to be negative here, but I can't tell you the actual number of people that I have stood in their driveway or stood in their house and told them, you gotta stop, you gotta stop. One lady in particular was feeding mass amounts of raccoons, and they were in the house. There was 30 raccoons in there. And I said, this is not good, and went through this whole thing around it. She's not gonna quit. They're not,
Yeah,
my grandmother wouldn't have quit.
right.
But, anyway, yes, education, we have to try. And we do educate all day. So more of it's getting out, than you might think, but yes, we can absolutely try that. I want you guys to be a part of this because it's gotten we've gotten to a point where we're all just scratching our heads going, what do we do?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
It's a tough one.
And Karen's left, but I think we need to bring Kerrville Pets Alive to the table too.
Well, so that,
Absolutely.
yes, definitely. And so that's why I want to know
Kerrville
what other
Bird
people
City
have to
needs to
say.
be part of it too. They're in opposition.
The problem is there just hasn't been hasn't been a great solution offered up. You know, a lot of
Sure.
these animals do go
There's
to
not.
rescues and stuff, but rescues get full. And it's just like another thing.
It's a tough problem. I'm happy to be involved.
Well, and I
If you're
completely
looking for
agree
some
with,
leadership on it, I'm already named to be part of this.
I want everybody here to know also, you know, we're getting a new facility and that's great. And we're really excited about it, every aspect of it. But with the course we're on, there's several different ways. You're going down different roads, but the bottom line is we could have a facility the size of Walmart just for cats. And if you don't figure
not,
something
please.
out, that will fill up eventually, and you're gonna be back in the same problem you're at right now. Because some of that, there's just nowhere for them to go.
Right, yeah.
A lot of them are going places, but it's slow. And if you overload that, then, you know, you get into where you're having to euthanize more and stuff like that. And, you know, that may be part of what has to happen. Just being honest with you, I don't know where you're supposed to go here. But you have to be careful because what ends up happening is we'll fill up a whole nother facility.
Yeah, sure.
No matter how big it is, and then you're right back to square one. You got some room for a while, but unless you figure out something, my thing is I don't like telling people I can't help. You know, when I've got people that aren't helping themselves and they're creating an issue, I don't feel quite as bad. But whenever there's somebody that's having to reap the bad parts of someone else's decision, and that's what I get a lot of, and it's like I can't help you too much. But I think there's some ways we can go about making it better.
Agreed.
Because to the individual, that's where I can talk about it all day long, but one individual is the one with the problem. And if they're a happy individual because we tried to do something, that's a happy taxpayer, as opposed to the other parts of that where you just can't do much. But if we can try to help some people where we can, do I proclaim that that's gonna fix the problem? No. But at least to somebody that's having an issue, we may be able to do something. But everybody's gotta help themselves a little bit here too. And from what I've seen out there, the ones that we talk to that need to help themselves, they're not. They're not gonna stop. Anyway, so I'll do some of that stuff for you guys.
It's a problem without a solution.
You're right.
Thank you.
We can make it better,
Yeah, I think we can make it better, but, yeah, we're not gonna solve it.
but we can't regulate.
We
No.
move the needle a little bit, that's better.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna make the mistake of commenting about
I think you already
euthanizing
have.
anything. I did that once.
I can remember what you said, you want me?
No,
You having
I
trouble
didn't say it. I
remembering?
deny everything.
Okay, we're gonna do,
Executive session?
no, we got some reports we gotta get out of.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right, yeah. In fact, I got one.
Quarterly report from the maintenance department. Other than the new HVACs, what do we got going?
Quite a bit of stuff. I made copies of my report. Would y'all like those?
Sure.
Sure.
You just hand them all to me.
So I'll start with the maintenance projects. I have 2 more buildings at the River Star Park that needs to be painted and finished up. And we also have some more tree trimming on the Riverside Drive fence line that needs to be completed as well. At the back of used to call the old polo field, and this is where the outdoor arena is at. And it's been called the polo field since I've been here. Actually used to be a polo field. But, we have some removed junk metal and debris from the old polo field.
How are you doing that, Shane?
What's that?
Removing the junk metal and debris. Are you using metal detectors or something, or are you just walking
No,
the field?
there's
highly
like-
visible.
It's highly,
Oh,
very highly
the big
visible.
stuff.
I mean,
Okay.
there's
Never
there's
mind.
some old, fence posts with concrete around, you
Yeah.
know, that was pulled out of the ground. There's an old,
And what do you do with metal?
we're, there's two ways to do that. Either we hire, get a big roll-off and put it in there, and they deal with it. The metal, or we can take it to a place for a recycle, but there's really not gonna get that much money out of it.
Well, I know how much you get. Do it off at 25 cents a pound.
Yeah,
Big metal.
Yeah, yeah, but it's worth doing.
so we
Got places
might be able
down
to do
Highway
that.
27, 40 Center Point. Anyway,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the prices are good on junk iron, then you can, then it's
Let-
worth it, but.
For the metal part, would it be worth having somebody come in and removing it, and they reap the rewards of the scrap metal?
That's an
That saves
idea.
you- I mean, cause you guys are strapped as it is with, y'all got plenty of projects on here to take care of and stuff. You know, y'all might be trimming trees and stuff while they haul off all their stuff.
Yeah.
And I know people will come in and do that just for the salvage
that's
of
fine.
it, and saves on wear and tear on our vehicles, trailers,
But
and
has-
our manpower.
Has he already done it though, or is this a plan to do it?
A plan to do so.
A plan,
One-
okay.
A project. It's just something that Jake
that's fine.
was, and we have talked about, and
Okay.
it needs to happen.
Might
It's
be
kind of
worth
trashy back
kicking the
there.
tires on that.
Yep.
Another thing, there's the outside handrails at the courthouse. Those are looking kind of shabby, and they need to be redone. Paint the stairwell and handrails in the courthouse annex. That's needing work. And also paint the lobby area of the old courthouse entrance. It's like right here in front of the Commissioner's Court. That-
Shane, do you see a lot of projects you're gonna be doing out at the annex?
There's stuff that needs to be done, whether we contract that out or the maintenance does it.
Which
but there-
annex are you talking about? We got. a
I'm
few.
talking about West Kerr,
Yes.
yeah.
There's stuff out there that needs to be done as well. I didn't list that on there because I don't know where we're going with that. Are we getting a contractor to do this, or is maintenance doing some of this? So, but there's stuff that needs to be done out there as well now. Right now, we got the mowing season's right around the corner. We've been getting our mowers ready, with new tires, oil changes, because once we get going on that, we're blowing and going for several months. Usually, sometimes if we can have two crews of mowers going at different locations, trying to keep up with everything. And small projects that we completed is, we finished the remodel of the IT office. Made some repairs to the sidewalk by the Jefferson Street. That was pretty badly busted up. We went in and replaced that. Made it nice where not so much of a trip hazard. Installed a gated entrance to the River Star Park. That was something that Jake was needing for the Renfest, I'm sorry. Also, we replaced the outdoor carpet for the stage at the River Star Pavilion and painted the building connected to the pavilion. And some of the smaller things. But as far as general maintenance, we do stuff every day, every day ranging from electrical, plumbing, lighting, and HVAC. And we also maintain 4 outdoor parks. And actually, I put 9 buildings, but it's 10 buildings. And I do this with me included, 7 people. So we stay pretty busy, this everyday maintenance.
Yep.
And plus when we're assigned or need to get stuff done. So,
Okay. Any questions?
No, good job.
Thanks.
Thank you.
thanks, sir.
Next is the environmental health, OSSF. Ms. Matters?
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. Well, I'm going to keep it brief, but I just want to start off by giving a short history lessons to our newbies just so they can better understand our existence and why we're state mandated and some of our duties and responsibilities, including reporting back to the state. So septic permitting began back about 35 years ago. Prior to 1989, there was no statewide regulations for septic systems, but prior to that, Kerr County had their own OSSF order that they were enforcing. And so we were the leading county in the state to have septic regulations. And then, so in September of 1989, the state passed some regulations across the state for OSSF. And then the authorized agent, which is Kerr County, is the entity that is delegated the authority by TCEQ to implement and enforce the rules and regs adopted under the Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 366. So now that you know who you are, my staff and I are the designated representatives that hold a valid license with TCEQ to implement and regulate the Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 366, the Texas Water Code, and the Texas Administrative Code 285, which we review the planning materials, we do construction inspections, site confirmations, and investigate OSSF complaints. We also do subdivision reviews. State law also requires utility companies to report all new electrical connection services, and we receive those reports on a monthly basis, and we use that data to find out what type of structures are being built in the county and if the proper permits are being applied. We had 2 major projects completed in 2024. One was the East Kerr County wastewater project and the City of Ingram wastewater project, which included oversight of several hundred tank abandonments. We ended 2024 with a total of 182 development OSSF applications, which is really not that bad given the fact it was an election year and the housing market's been low. And we also had a total of 83 OSSF complaints. Our current 2025 status, we have 33 active OSSF complaints and over 50 pending OSSF development inspections. And January of this year, my administrative assistant had received their DR license, the designated representative license, so they're now certified to conduct inspections and review planning materials, etc. Next month, we will be attending the Texas On-Site Wastewater Association Conference, in which I'll be making my 3rd presentation to this conference. And finally, I just want to put this bug in y'all's ear now, but something we would like to visit with the court, and I've kind of mentioned to a couple of y'all sitting up there recently, is about updating our OSSF order to include a Section 10 that would require septic permitting for regardless of tract sizes. So currently, minimum state standards allow for a single-family dwelling located on a tract of land that's 10 acres or larger to not have to go through the septic permitting process. However, since Headwater Groundwater has requiring 10 acres or more to have a well, we're seeing these new lots being created 10 acres or more to meet their requirements, and that's kind of less oversight with the OSSF because now most of these properties are able to meet that OSSF exemption criteria. And with the electrical connection letters that we receive from the utility companies, our proactive complaints have increased because there's just a lot of misinterpretation with that 10-acre rule. And so we would just like to require that all OSSFs be permitted regardless of tract sizes, which also would put us at the same permitting level with the surrounding counties. So that's all I have for you. If you have any questions, yes, sir.
Complaints.
Mm-hmm.
I always kind of wonder, people brief. Now I get the chance to ask you a question.
Sure.
What's the typical complaint you have for an OSSF system?
Usually smell, odor, raw sewage running onto a neighbor's property, or maybe someone's calling about they're being nosy and they want to know what their neighbor's doing construction-wise, and they see some type of development going on and they want us to investigate and see if the proper permits are being permitted or being obtained. So, but typically it's public nuisance.
Lack of maintenance.
Or yes, sometimes it's maintenance, or sometimes it's just a very old system that's failing. Sometimes if it's a rental property and if the landowner is not properly maintaining that septic, we get calls from the tenant, and so we will also investigate those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Ms. Batters?
Right.
Thank you, Ashley.
you.
Okay, moving on to 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Okay, I got 2 head nods on that. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
I did on February 12th, attended Headwaters Groundwaters meeting, and they had an excellent meeting there, went over quite a few things, but they're kind of like us, they're in almost a holding pattern, waiting for the new legislation to go through and see what we actually have to deal with, to see how they may have to adjust, and we're having to do the same thing here, so, good meeting though, and I've met with Charlie a little bit on some stuff, so, overall, I think most of the liaison appointments I have are doing well.
Just give a little update on the 550 Earl Garrett building modification. That's to get adult probation in there by the end of the fiscal. We had a meeting with Mustard Architects and Keener Engineering. Charlie was there with myself and Andrea Bodie and others. So basically, the architects and engineers, I think they've actually already issued their final drawings now. Is that correct? Yeah. Just came out on Friday, I think. But so the next step, we want to go through that with IT and Guardian, because security is a big chunk of this. So there's still a little bit more to do that way, and get a kind of a final blessing from all those involved. But I think we're almost there, and we'll be going out for RFPs fairly soon to actually get the work done. The security will be separate, but all the other plumbing and electrical and, a lot of doors have to be replaced and so forth. So that will be, it looks like one contract, possibly 2. But anyway, good progress being made, so just to keep the court informed.
Okay.
That's all.
3.
Just want to reemphasize, and I got a little prop for a story. I brought in my combat boots that I hated to wear in combat because they were terrible to march in. These are great for cold weather. I don't need them anymore, but she's looking for exactly 88 pairs of boots, she being Jenna Sanchez. So if you were a former tanker, or if you were a female Marine, and you got some black leathers, bring them in. Every boot tells a story and a history. It's about our past service. She's looking for 88 pairs of boots exactly. I don't know how she came up with that number, but you can't trust a whole number, but I trust Jenna. So please bring in your boots, drop them off Monday through Thursday for the Memorial Day display. She's looking for 88 pairs of boots, and it's going to take a lot to tell your story. Dig them out of the closet, dig them out of storage, and bring them in, because it's worth reliving just for a day.
And they return them.
Yes, thank you, and they do return them. I don't know why anyone would want to keep them, and your name should be on them, Nikki, because I'm sure you have your dog tag put right here in your left boot, like we were supposed to, so they know whose they are. Thank you.
Isn't it the 88 people whose names are already on the memorial display out there? Is that the 88?
Maybe, but for our identification purposes, you can write your name in it, which you're supposed to as well, be stamped
Rituals.
inside. But I won't go there.
Never
Thank
mind.
you.
Okay.
All right, I usually don't have a whole lot to say, but I do this time. Some of y'all know or might be aware that we're looking at replacing the dock at the Ingram boat ramp, and Charlie and I and Kelly and some others went out there, and we visited with a contractor that we're looking at to possibly do it rather than do it ourselves, because it's going to require quite a bit. So anyway, while we were out there, we went by the West Kerr Annex, and I had proposed to Kelly a while back that we got 9 acres out there. And they're also always looking for sites for store equipment or materials when they're working out on that end of the county. And there's plenty to work on out at that end of the county, isn't there, Kelly? So anyway, and I told them to come up with a drawing or a plan that we might fence off part of that area out there. And so, you know, some of this, we also need to replace a little bit of the drive out there for sure. It could be more, but anyway, that'll come up in the budget talks as well, something to look at that. So anyway, we've got some things we're looking at as far as stuff that'll be coming for y'all down the road, okay?
And with regard to that annex, City of Ingram is starting their paving on College Street.
We're well aware of it.
And when they finish there, they're gonna do McNeil.
Yeah, I know.
Which would be, those would be the 2 major streets leading into that campus.
Well, they started it before they ever mentioned it to us. And so we had to start dealing with that, us and tax assessor's office, and all of us jumped on it immediately. And we provided some signage for them that the contractors didn't have, just to try to fix the problem. We put something on the webpage and on Facebook, showing a different route to get there. So anyway, yeah.
And then what I'll close with is, we have a meeting tomorrow afternoon, Commissioner Holt and I, with representatives from the city. We're talking about our wayward child right now, the airport, and what we need to do to get things back on track. So that's, stay tuned for upcoming events.
I want to just throw out one more comment related to Commissioner Harris. I have received a number of complaints from constituents or people who use Flat Rock Park, and they're complaining about the roads through the park. So I had asked Kelly to have her team take a look at it and at least give us a plan and what it would cost. So that will, not for this year, but for the next fiscal year, and we'll factor that into the budget
I
discussions.
met them out there and looked at it as well.
It's a maintenance issue, and it's in precinct 2, so I'm understanding it may come out of other road work that would occur in precinct 2, but anyway, that's fine. If it needs to be done, we just have to strike the right priority for it. So I just want to make everybody aware.
Nikki Gaines again, thank you for reverting back to the hand vote. Could I get clarification on what the vote was for 1.6 regarding the acceptance letter?
It was
2
for, 3 against.
And who voted?
I was the one that for it.
You were for?
Oh, were
Okay.
you? I didn't, I only,
Okay, who
I
was for?
wrote it down wrong.
Commissioner Harris and Judge?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break, go into executive session, where we will talk about the
Contract negotiation for the.
contract negotiations for the indoor arena.
Yep.
And are we gonna have a legal consultation?
My understanding was that there may need to be some discussion with Cindy regarding personnel matters with the report.
Okay, so we've got personnel matters
Yeah.
and attorney-client.
And then I didn't, Heather mentioned there may be some sort of compensation needs to be discussed, but she wasn't sure.
It is 12:56, and we are coming out of executive session. And next item on the agenda is action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
You gotta be specific though in this case.
Yeah.
I don't have it
Let
in
me
front
read
of
it.
me.
I'll make a motion that we award a construction contract with Albert Martinez Roofing and Construction LLC and authorize the county engineer and precinct 2 commissioner to negotiate a modification of the contract amount before the contract is made and executed by the county judge for construction services for the Kerr County Indoor Arena Structural Retrofit Project.
Okay, I make a motion to approve as presented.
You just,
He just made
I made
motion.
it.
you
Why
made
don't
the
you
motion,
second
so you
it?
just
Yeah.
seconded
Got a
it.
motion
Yeah.
I
and a
didn't hear
second.
you say as a motion.
Boy,
It was.
that's
Leave me
rookies,
alone.
I tell you.
You're getting old, man. You gotta open
And the
them
only
ears.
discussion that I want to have on it is, we've talked about it in your absence, as we're coming out, back into open session. Was that Litz that walked by?
It was,
That rascal? Who? Litz.
yeah. Jonathan walked by.
Just kept right on walking.
Yeah. No, there he is.
He's
In
back.
your office.
We're awarding the contract today, authorizing you and Commissioner Paces to work with Mr. Martinez and negotiate ask you to bring it back to us on Thursday, the 27th, 2:30. We've got just enough time to post it to get it, be able to do it in 72 hours. And at that time, we are hopeful to modify the contract that was awarded today. That's
Yes,
what we're doing. So those in favor, raise your hand.
You're here,
Unanimous, 5-0.
Charlie? Thursday's good
Yes,
for you? Good.
thank you.
Any other business before the court? We're adjourned.